Houdini. It's me, man. Fucking the magician. Change my name to the magician. I was like, how can I do magician, kill, or chill? It's like, you know what? It's just gonna be the magician. He spilled, dude. Are you ready? And then I say it that clearly underwater and everything. Groceries acquired? Yeah, I got my sugary beverage coffee thing and a sandwich. I'm gonna actually eat the sandwich real quick. And we'll continue. Oh yeah. I should probably get some kind of Costco or but we got Aldi's. I do that. I bought some groceries. I just need to like thaw the chicken and stuff. I want to do the quesadillas again. I might need to buy some more tortillas though. I just don't plan far enough ahead. I have 2 items now I plan ahead for. That's pretty much all my fridge is stocked with. It's breakfast sandwiches with different kinds of cheese because I'm testing different shit and bagels and stuff, but I don't like bagels. I prefer the English muffins, but and now quesadilla stuff. Meat on hand's good, yeah. Month, yeah, nice. No, I've got. If I used everything I had, which is a lot of breads, like noodles, a lot of carb shit, right? Rice, I'd probably, maybe I could squeeze like a month, but realistically, I've got like a week, like 2 weeks maybe of food. And that's just because I bought a big ass thing of chicken breasts. I usually do chicken thighs, but this time chicken breasts. Alright, I'm going to eat here. Let's do a little trivia quiz while I'm eating, huh? Let me think up some music we can compare it to. £3 of ground beef for nothing. Massive pork shoulder. Ooh, nice. I thought about trying like a pork, like a rump or some kind of cheap pork cut, just to see how I thought. And crock pot it. I'm used to doing just a loin roast or whatever. But I'm kind of sick of it, so I might mix it up. Yeah, I prefer chicken thighs, but I think for the quesadillas, using your spice setup, I would rather have chicken breast. It just feels better for what it is. Oof, bruschetta, burgie. That sounds pretty cool. I don't even know what a bulgogi is. Are you making this shit up? Is this real? The bulgogi. Beef bulgogi with quick pickle and shrimp carrots, chicken chipotle bowl. Sounds good, man. How often a day do you think you spend in the kitchen, man? These always seem so complicated. I assume they take a bit, but it's probably not as long as I think. Hour? That's about what I expected. The results are nice from the pics I've seen. Yeah, we gotta have fun with it. Yeah, just chill. I'm sitting here trying to find music to do something while I eat. But then I'm not eating right now, so it's just taking longer. But we're just chilling. I don't mind. Let me mute your guys' end. We'll try a hard one. I need to set these up. Everyone going, just cooking everything once together though. Tonight's in about 20:30. Not too bad. I'm not comfortable spending that amount of time in the kitchen. If I made better food and I had more fun with it, you know, so if I did make better food, I'd have more fun. I would probably be totally fine doing it. I'll get there eventually. I'm slowly cooking more things as I got quick food today. As I say that, right? What music do I want to do here? Oh yeah, did that help you? Huh. Yeah, that would be fun. I'd probably get more of an idea of how fun it would be to cook too, just watching them at work. I do like watching people with skill do things that inspire me to want to do things myself. Yeah, I mean that'd be just fun to watch. I used to watch Iron Chef back in the day, but that was when I was younger. Oh, they do crazy shit. So they just give them like pretty much ball and chain, like crazy shit to. All right, guys, here's the quiz. I can't put it up for 3 minutes, so we're gonna put it up for 5 while I eat. We'll play through the whole song. Here's the music. Something to do while I'm sitting here eating, even though I've taken way longer to set it up. Fuck it. Holy fuck, weird ingredients, which taught me a lot about cooking and plating. Yeah, being able to cook with like what you got on hand is probably an awesome skill to have. I'm gonna be quiet for a few minutes, or just one or two. Alright. Scarf to that food. I am back. One might be hard if you don't know Sakuraba's stuff. It is the same composer between both of these games. Oh, I should have then asked for bonus points if you knew who the composer was. Everybody knows Motoi Sakuraba from something. I'll give you guys bonus points if you can name 2 other Sakuraba games that aren't the 2 on the list. The other main Gatos, there's one. He's good. He's playing the system. Just use the other name for Eternal Sonata. What was it? Trusty Bell, I think. I'll wait for the poll to finish, or the bat. Dark Souls. Yep, there you go. He did Dark Souls 1, 2... I think he coded 3? He did all of the Tales games, pretty much. So this one was Eternal Sonata. Spiral Twister's the final dungeon music? Most people would think of Eternal Sonata because of the Chopin music, but Sakuraba shit's actually pretty good. I think it's some of his better stuff. Got some chill ones, some crazy ones. This was like a pirate one. I'll delete that. He did Golden Sun as well. I'm pretty sure that's Sakuraba. I know you're a big Golden Sun fan. Surprised that wasn't the first one he said. Alright. Let's get back into Disco Lads. So far, the impressions on this game, there's really not many impressions to have yet, even though we've played for like 4 hours. I would say I like that they're not afraid to kind of just do like really dark, either cynical humor or just kind of crude humor. Sometimes that's kind of refreshing, especially nowadays. So I don't have I kind of enjoy that. It's a breath of fresh air, but that's not like huge praise, right? Otherwise, I just the general, I get a kick out of, I guess, the antics of the guy. He just seems like a total just fucking washed up. Just fuck. There's not much else going on. It's slow, but I don't think that's a bad thing. But I could see it being a bad thing for somebody. I don't have a big issue with it. I've enjoyed the dialogue enough. I do think it says a lot. Like there's a lot of text for really not that much going on, but you really got to get into the style, I think. Like just that your mind will say a lot of stuff at you and not really mean a whole lot from it. It's just, I don't know, it's just the delivery. So far, what's really happened, we just walked downstairs. That's pretty much it. Walk downstairs and we're police. So, I guess that it stayed interesting for 4 hours despite that. It's pretty cool. Can't really get into like how the RPG systems really feel in the world, because while it shows them pop up everywhere, I don't know truly if it makes massive differences, and we really haven't like leveled up much, so I'll have to kind of just wait on that. But so far, I mean, it's interesting. See if doing all the side stuff kind of kills the pace, or if they're just fun in their own right. Guy. I definitely don't see it making massive differences though. And I do feel like certain character types might work better. In terms of like immersion. Like I feel like if my guy was like super physically healthy and shit, like mega physical and stuff, that'd be kind of weird to be like this pretty much dying alcoholic. I feel like this kind of fits better. I like the music.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain
I think I turned it down way too much. Our guy takes a lot of pride in being a Revacholian or whatever. Limbo, what's going on here?
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave.
Jesus, man. This
I
is
would
the
advise
most
you to remember
Kitsuраgi's
that.
ever even shown fucking anything right now. Emotion. Beyond professionalism, I suppose.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Fucking A, Kim, I've got your back. I just like I just like the dialogue where he's just like this super fucking out of touch. Just fucking pain in the ass for everybody, man. Fucking A, Kim, yeah. Like, being this overly spirited guy is really gonna be good here. Now's your moment to shine. Moment to be a big fucking loser, dude.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers. It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
He spits.
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Someone has to be the popular guy.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books.
Not just
The
racist.
science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Race is a simplistic means of social classification based on easily observed attributes, hunches, and pseudoscience.
Thanks for that. I can really tell you're a prime example. Superior design.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately?
This game makes it really
Reinforced
easy to be
down there,
like a
maybe?
shitposter, because
When
everything's
members
like a
of the
shitpost, so
superior
it might as well
race
just
to
pick the one
believe
that's
in
fun
their
to do.
innate superiority, they stop competing for resources. This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kips are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Uh-oh. Not the civic agreement.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses.
The
And
flashlight's
other
great,
stuff
just
on the radio.
fuck you.
Heard any chansons lately? Heard any motetos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't
Like his
stay
name's just
neighbors?
racist
You
lawyer.
might end up with a new subrace, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring. Don't push your luck, Runt. Looking for something, Runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Yes.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. Apples?
Apples.
Apples.
It's exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Yeah, apples? I take it you had other questions? Oh, not much anymore. I'm here. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. 2 months, maybe. But this here is just the last week or so. Apples?
Apples. It's exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something.
Look, as detective. I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular Koiko
Load of
picked
fucking
apples.
apples, man.
Koiko may be another derogative for a person from Grad, you think. The man bites his lip and drops the near-finished cigarette lingering between his fingers. He reaches for a new one.
Why Jester first and Hawkeye? He has less health and more AoEs. I don't actually know. I'm making something up right now that I'd imagine. It's just kind of like what people do. That's not a reason. That's just kind of how it's been, right? Yeah, it's like, is this tradition? I don't know. Nobody questions tradition, all right? You start fucking questioning tradition. You start bucking the trends, all right? You're gonna disappear. Yoshi P has Shadow Men waiting for people to question the game like that. I would imagine the HP, and because he's got more AoEs than the other guy, but I don't know for sure. There's probably an actual reason.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges. Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient, very prestigious. Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice ain't no laughing matter.
Sure, but maybe you're right with, you know, you're right about that part.
No.
He's got a smoke right there in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers. You need it after listening to his garbage.
It's my last one. Sorry, all done. I bet. Sorry I couldn't be of any help. No.
He's got a smoke right there in his...
Can't have it. Evidence of what? I haven't done anything. What, officer? Sorry, I couldn't be of any help.
What a shit.
Yes?
Sorry, I couldn't be of any help. I might have turned it up too much. It's the strike. Hey, money.
A Stars Riker, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie, but a goldie. Not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too, it appears.
A Stashraiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
Do I know what happened last time? Just ask.
An old case for my precinct. A couple of Zhimsk migrants saw a Stashraiko stopped in the street, painted just like this.
I don't think we're gonna impress this guy. We already kind of
Murdered the
fucked
driver
up.
on the spot. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The Zhimsk community protested the trial, flying the banners of some old king or whatever. 5,000 came to
Oh.
protest.
Nice, honest reason, I guess. Simple, clean, justified killing orders.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest.
It's
of a
just this
criminal
shit.
trial
Hate to
in
correct you,
Revachol.
buddy, but actually it was 4,395 people. Like, nobody gives a shit. Oh, okay. It's like, you know, son, I don't know.
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that.
I hate to correct you, Cam, but
4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
ninja time, dude. The keys, man. Get your fucking... Get your combos figured out.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain.
I don't know how long it
The
takes
longer
to
the
get most
sentence,
of those,
the
but
larger the cost.
yeah. Ninja is complicated, but I love the complicated part of it. It feels rewarding. Maybe there's more raw memory, but it's fun. Probably level that up soon. Skipped my roulettes yesterday. Probably do tomorrow's. Or today's reset tomorrow. And then do the next round after spoils. Yeah. I got the full sugar version. I didn't hate it. I tend to not like a lot of the new dues. The gingerbread one was disgusting. But the spark wasn't bad. I haven't tried the no sugar one. I always get the sugar ones. Voltage and zero sugar? Yeah. Only. I drank so much voltage back in high school. We would LAN like every weekend and just buy those by the fucking just meant a bunch of 12 packs just nonstop. That I don't do voltage anymore. I don't do much Mountain Dew anymore because of that. I got so sick of it. But I do like voltage nowadays still. I just don't get it often. I like pitch black too. Back in Iowa where I used to live, we had pitch black 2, which was like more sour. That was good. I didn't know there was a KFC flavor. I know the Taco Bell one. I love Baja Blast. I like the new melon one too. The Major Melon. That's pretty good. I like the melon one a lot, actually. Sweet Lightning. I have a KFC out here. I'd have to try it. Maybe I'll go someday just to try that.
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like these before actually examining the body, but my initial guess is the two are unrelated. Yes, detective? Okay, I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this, but I've seen it blue and white. It's much better that way.
Really that good. I don't know what my favorite would be. I used to, you know, say Livewire, but nowadays it's like the melon's good. Baja's good. I don't know. Yeah, I'll say I usually like to say Code Red's good, but I can usually only drink like one every now and then. I like drinking it though. I like the original. I've liked the original more in recent times, but I drink a lot of Coke. I definitely don't mind a little bit of everything, but I drink a lot of Coke. Just normal ass Coke, man. Something about it. Usually if I drink something for too long, I kind of get tired of it like people do, but Coke I've been drinking for years now. Pretty often. And I do not, still not tired of it. I'll do the orange vanilla. Sometimes I love that, but they don't sell anymore. Or just normal vanilla. Mix it up, but it's Coke. Then I have Voltage, Code Red Original. I would have said Voltage back in high school, but yeah, like I said, I got too sick of it. I haven't had a pitch black in a while. They had those Game Fuel ones. Those were pretty good too, but yeah, I don't know. I think right now I would probably say Baja than like Major Melon. Oh, the Voodoo ones suck too, and the USA ones suck. God, they have a lot of those, don't they? Jesus, they put out a lot of flavors. Now I think about it, like there's a lot. I'm trying to think of a tier list is rough. Yeah, original is better than a large chunk of them. Can't go wrong. Now I don't do the zero or the low sugars. For some reason the zero sugar Mountain Dews give me like really bad acid reflux, like heartburn and shit. I think it's something with the fake sugars and just soda in general. That's why I get like full soda. I feel like I'm gonna get my ass beat. Yeah, and I have kind of a weak stomach already, so.
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
I don't blame you at all. Yeah, I mean, I'll be the first to say it's definitely a waste of calories. Not healthy in any way, but I just like it. I like my drink, man. I used to be way worse about it. I would, do like a 1400 calorie day and I would drink half of it. And it's usually energy drinks. I don't do as much energy drink anymore. Yeah, but I drink quite a bit still. You'll always see it. I mean, you'll see me on the stream. If I cut out my drinks, my eating habits are horrible. So I need to go back to being skinny again. Used to be pretty skinny a year or two ago, but I really let it go. I've been better in the last few months, but I haven't been counting the calories. I used to count calories for like 6 to 8 years or more. Natural. I don't know why I stopped. Yeah, I mean, if I just got used to it. Same thing with when I actually do watch my soda intake. Not having it for a while makes just a single glass a day, or just like 12 ounces a day, really tasty. Right? Like I could have a Coke right now, and it wouldn't be half as good as if I just didn't have one for a week. Yeah. And then I'm drinking something like this. This thing is like got a bazillion calories in it. I just like my drinks. I like it probably more than food. I love my tasty drinks. Although there's plenty of low calorie substitutes. I like my teas, my coffees, although I go a little easier on the coffees nowadays. I need to make my coffee less strong. I can just kind of sip on it. So I don't really need the energy from it. I just like the taste. This is special. This probably doesn't even have that much coffee in it.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Gotta be bloody stupid, freaking evil to scab. Or I guess, scared maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife?
I'm exploring.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
Actually, very fun and easy. 91% sure I'll never get it solved. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremacy is there. Walk right past him. Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again. And you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or
This is, yeah.
Maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so used to having my side monitor just have chats and stuff, and not games or anything of high fidelity that I don't notice that as much, but I could definitely see it. I usually notice the hertz more than anything. Cause I'll be dragging the mouse and it's real smooth, and then I drag it over and it's like, you know, look like I'm in the lurch, man, in the shit. Oh, okay. See, my side monitor has better colors than my 1440p. So I'll be like, okay, the resolution's nice, but then I'm like, the colors look really bad comparatively. So it's probably not as stark of a contrast as yours.
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition. Sure. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched fingers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The boyardero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
What? Blood?
Right, always glad to help out the RCA. We're on the same branch, you and I. Humans, I mean, not slithering scabs.
Thanks, bud. Yeah, I got a 1080 Ti or a 1070 Ti, one of the fucking two. It still does the job for sure. It works fine. I'm not playing insano stuff on the computer, but some of those more poorly optimized games, you know, that would having something a little bit juicier would brute force a lot of my FPS up a bit. Some games I just gotta run it at 60 with some dips with the stream and all that. Yeah, that's how I am, LG. I do 1440 with 60 medium presets on the stream, 900p. So I don't get fucked too hard. The CPU doesn't get touched. My CPU is very good. But yeah, GPU side of things, if the game's kind of fucked and I run uncapped, it's gonna go hard. I usually cap at 120, 144 or so on my monitor if it's not a super crazy game, and 60 if it's feeling like stupid, like Halo. And it's fine. Sometimes I have to like mess with some presets on the stream side of things, but overall, yeah, my 1080's been great. Maybe in a few years it'll start being different. It's really gonna depend on how the next gen stuff actually starts spreading, right? Like, even though we're like a year into like PS5 and Xbox Series X, not really that many games pushing the envelope. Right? Also, I saw that LG put a whole paragraph in and I cannot see it in my chat, so give me a sec, it'll refresh at some point here. For some reason, my on-screen chat's more accurate today within my... Okay, there it is. So I can stream at higher values is no real compulsion for me. I need to place my gaming screen, upgrade my GPU to get into 4K and shit. Yeah, I'm not too interested in 4K. Ignoring me, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I had a 4K TV. It broke. I have not wanted to call them to mess around to fix it. At the end of the day, my room's so small. This smaller 1080p TV is like kind of easier on the eyes. I noticed that the other one was so big that like I kind of get dizzy. It just fills all my vision. So I'm using a 10-year-old thing. It's fine. I didn't even use the 4K on the TV anyways. For me, it's just the kind of waste of money that I kind of was sad about it. Yeah. I liked that. I didn't like that TV, but I sure saw them, like, it was one of my biggest purchases ever when I was working my job and all that. That was my big, one thing that wasn't just going to go into savings. And it lasted a few years, but they just don't make a lot of shit to last these days, man. So it sucked. I wasn't living here for like a few months. Came back, turned the TV on, and it just was fucked. Just because I hadn't used it for a few months, which is bizarre, right? I don't know. Point is, I don't do much 4K. 1440 is like my max. I care a lot more about FPS. And I don't think games are really taking or being made for like 4K and shit, right? You'll get a lot of up-res stuff, but like you're not getting a lot of shit that's like really fucking trying to push 4K from the ground up. Surely, not on a fucking monitor. I just don't see the point right now. We're kind of like in this twilight, I feel like. Oh yeah, that's comfy. Oh, you got like the double monitor thing going on. Yeah, I mean, you guys have seen mine set up here. On this side, right? I just got a monitor here. So my monitor that I used over here actually broke recently. So this is a monitor on the side. This one's like 10, 11 years old that I used to use on my other setup. I had 4 total. And now this one, I just move between setups every time. It's really not that bad. This one's actually just bigger, so I have to kind of like crane myself more. And then I just have this TV, which isn't massive, but considering like my distance, it's really not too bad. My other one was like maxed. And then on the other side, I got my 1440p monitor, and then I moved this one. So I don't know. It's a good setup. I like it. The problem with the setup is it's high on space in a room that doesn't have it. It's a bitch moving shit. I don't know, I've talked about it before. Maybe at some point I would just like maybe get 2 of those clamp mic booms. Yeah, the hammer. Tell me about it. And then like just buy 2 of them and then just like maybe unscrew the mic every time and just move the mic over instead of having to move this entire, because this is like a theater, cheap theater like fucking stand mic, right? It's got the tripod on the ground. I gotta move it. It doesn't have a bunch of extra joints. So it's like, yeah, I've got a fucking, like, I mean, if you guys have never seen it, a duct taped fucking hammer counterweight on one side, duct taped pop filter. I'm very used to it and I think it works, but it is very like DIY and not great for a small room. Tomorrow I'm gonna move everything because I guess I'm gonna stream. I guess I'll stream the Coils cutscenes. Fuck it. Wouldn't mind seeing it again, or maybe I'll just be there just to chit chat at least. I'll move this again. It doesn't take long. It's just like, I don't know. There's something about just moving half of my shit every time I want to do PC games. It's kind of But it's only if I'm streaming them. Otherwise I just move my headset and now my monitor. Which is easy. I have 2 different power cords for it. I just unplug one, plug the other in. That side monitor I got was a funny story. I actually got it for like $5. The one that broke. Walmart had an error on their site. And they had like a bunch of monitors listed for like $5 a piece. And I bought like 2 of them. Nope. Thanks, Ripper. One for me, one for my friend. I got a few monitors for cheap. Surprisingly, they actually upheld it. I've done that on other sites before and they didn't. And I doubt Walmart would do it now. But it was nice. So, I mean, it broke, so like, whatever. Here's my story time. And my lamp. I've had this lamp. You can see it like behind my fucking monitor here. It looks super bright, right? That lamp, dude. It's got a golden glow, but on this camera because of the fucking wacky ass exposure and shit, because it's my first and only camera I've ever owned. But it's gold. I've had it like my whole life. I love this lamp. It is like just this perfect blend of like just enough light, but like the dim gold. Nice, dude. I rarely sit in my room in the dark. Most people have it. Most people do, but I just like to, I don't know, I like mood lighting. Road Class Quest goes hard. I think the Road Class Quest is written by the Shadowbringers chick, right, folks? Same with the Dark. I know the Dark Knight one is. A lot of people like those ones. They kind of stand out. That's Strictly in the Dark, yeah. I just like having a bit. I mean, I don't have any problem being in the dark. When I watch movies, I'm always in the dark or anime or something. For immersion, but if I'm doing like casual, kind of low immersion shit, I got light, and obviously stream, I got S. One of those ring lights, what do they call those? Those have a real name. LG would know. The dim, like, actual, like, pro lighting rings. Oh, they're actually ring lights, okay. Yeah, if I had the space, I could probably figure out a way to do one of those with space, but I don't know. I would have to feel how it feels to have one in my eyes. I really like having like a light that's kind of just like not in my face. But I guess if I had one that was like this, but like somewhere else would be fine. I don't know. Let's see what this guy's about over here. I would need a better camera before I got a better light. Although I guess a better light might make things look better on the camera.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Jesus, this guy's jacked. And he looked like he's made of metal.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul.
Al Ghul.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
I don't know, my camera is usually so small that I have like a green screen that I don't really need godly lighting. I mean, having some better lighting I guess still would be good. And you guys will see every pore of my skin. You'll see the true me. It's all smooshed together with questionable lighting here.
It's not good.
It's not good. It's because I'm currently drinking right now.
Yes, alcohol.
He means alcohol.
I doubt it. My microcephalic race servant.
Yeah, I need the cop to turn the light on me or whatever. In the black room.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence
Ham
of
sandwich.
the ham sandwich race is waning.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of
The
my
pinnacle.
haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like the
fuck are these
SARS
people
and
talking about?
aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Kroikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded.
Jesus.
Isn't that right, babe?
Babe.
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
You're right about all this.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history. Bring your troops to the Seminole Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls
The
will be
fuck is
lined
this
with
guy
bottles
talking about
of
anymore?
Al-Hul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshaget's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. Well, not as such. What you do with a mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
Advanced racist. I'm just conceptualizing them, right? Just bullshitting them. I have a 17% chance to knock them out.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then, to you, he lets out an audible sigh.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailorite. A polyculturalist. specialist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and
Well,
your
let me trick the
sartorial
man.
choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are
Lactose
all-
intolerant.
Their receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
Ooh.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True,
It's right, I bow
they are
down and
violent
measure
and
head.
expansionist, but they have a glandular problem.
He's clearly thought a lot about things loudly.
Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music.
What's wrong with
eat
mariachi
toxic
music?
minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum. As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental
This voice
Type A
actor is
in
perfect, man.
retrograde.
Just
The
so funny.
Simonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent.
Continue receiving wisdom.
The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Simonese inhabit the southern islands. I am Simonese, from the stock of Ulluir on Ile de Fantôme. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ile Maran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Ile Maran to Ansulan, thousands of years before the lactose-intolerant Maun-ridden Occidentals discovered this place. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic.
Mesomorphic.
Former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in there.
This is groupies here, even like I've thought. They pretty much just agreed with him randomly, haven't they? This man's on another level here. Fucking bunch of noise in the other room, so.
The latter is perfected and adapting.
Knocked his
Together
ass
they form
out?
The Simeno-Areopagite,
I had a
or
17%
Simeo-Pagite
chance.
super
I
race.
guess I could have
That is
scummed it,
all.
but
There are no more type A
I'm just interested in what
races
this
in the
crazy
world.
man has to say. At an 8. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Nature was not capable of more.
Okay, tell me about Type
Type
B.
are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race.
The Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
Yes, to an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking Al-Rul and smoking the degenerate tobacco herb. And
Tobacco?
for eating potato.
To potatoes, man. Advanced racism. It really is what this guy's going for. He says a whole lot of shit, but it all just comes down to the silliest crap.
The countless micronationalities of Grad are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates.
Microscopic.
Like political amoeba.
I'm small-brained, I guess, man. I just think his accent's funny.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semeno-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust, uninterrupted.
The planetary
From Holy
crust.
Semenine to the Boreal Plateau of Katla. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Semenese and Areopagite stock, elected by nature, not the base inner spoilage called demos. Revacholians, halfway between Type A and Racial.
I hope there's none of this is on the test, man. I can't say a lot of this is sticking here.
You tried your degenerate.
I'm too much of a plebeian, man.
Which was the
The
single
lesser
greatest
creatures
thing
here.
committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive Chespius. The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zaraz-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal.
God, this guy has so much fucking text, man.
A hereditary prion condition.
Was this guy voiced in the original?
But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato.
Holy fuck, man. This guy fucking went deep. That has a lot of lines.
Enough of Tibet.
Partly voiced on launch. Okay. This dude is not like people who like potatoes, man.
Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments.
Chimeric experiments.
And tragic maladaptation.
Fucking
They are
chimeras.
tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Semenese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Semenese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized
Like a
motor
donkey.
carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their
Is it?
impotent despair.
Yeah, that's not a spoiler. I appreciate it. Yeah, that is definitely like another layer. Yeah, advanced fucking racism is right on this guy. Jesus fuck, man. Guy is a fucking just mega amount of fucking tax and rationalization for this stuff. And the voice acting's great. The mariachi music, like.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic phylogenetic education. Then there is the Semino-Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Semino-Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site.
Let's do it, man.
The
I'm
Koiko,
for a penny and for a pound, brother.
are very servile, especially
Or however the
they
saying
beat the
goes.
rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Seminese with the Koiko to produce a super worker of Seminese strength and grad servility.
The Ubermensch or whatever the Ubermensch is. The super people, man.
Never happen. The Seminese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will never know precisely.
No.
No Seminese man could maintain an erection in the suffocating potato stench of a Koiko woman.
Of course.
Koika. But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of Type F. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on?
Advanced race theory.
You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously? The lieutenant thinks. Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
Maybe we should back off then. We got the guy's whole spiel. I don't know if I trust our guy here to not fucking buy in fully, man. Might be able to come back to him.
Lost, though. Buckled away at the last gate. This is why your haplogroup will never rise from the ashes. Now, I need to look. Tips CF are a museum of. It would be cruel to entertain. Tips CF are a museum. Lesser. The mosquito.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Then there. The Koiko. This
Does he
will,
let you
but
choose
enough.
again?
It is cruel to. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
Venereal disease.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
My GM is a mysterious fourth thing.
Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs? Of course it does. You are a degenerate individualist and a rock and roll rebel. A pawn of international
I am
finance.
colored.
I am not surprised you enjoy it so much.
Fuck.
This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race. The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the future. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminese women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
Okay.
No, I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne, and no, it is not just in
You
Revachol.
just heard about it on the
City is
radio.
central
That's
to
funny.
the Simonese strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will
Influenced by
dominate
that
the
radio,
world.
man.
You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with.
Station.
And never getting into the harbor. Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions.
Pseudo-scientific
however,
ambition.
It is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
Babe. Dicks. Very cool, dude.
Racist.
The drawings
Honestly,
are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not
The size of the earlobes is not a real craniometric criteria. Everyone knows this.
Your earlobes are flawless, Jean-Luc.
Yes.
Yes.
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely
He's not wrong.
aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation. It is
Tell me
impossible
more.
to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al Ghul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi. Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Rivasholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Ghul. That is the only reason you are here.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober.
Bested him in craniometrics +1.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be the...
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. A protruding occiput and an indented zygomatic bone.
The lieutenant does not flinch.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He still has the use of his mind. There is nothing funky about them. There are 3. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian.
I'll leave for now, man. Maybe we'll try knocking him out a bit.
Guillaume Le Million.
What do we get from that? Oh, cool. One pain threshold, all psych learning caps rate.
Yes?
Fucking advanced racism, dude. Holy fuck, man, that was a while. I'm surprised how deep they go on it. They really fucking lean into his gag to like the max, man. I gotta respect it. Maybe I could have went with it. I don't know if I want to turn my guy into that level of... I think him had the right idea, man. I don't think our degenerate main character here can handle himself enough. We might turn into Measured Head, man. Scary thought. Yeah, the front flips, dude. They also run a little faster. Everything else. I just keep going deeper into what I've already got high. Go nuts. I have no idea what I'd actually want. Some suggestion. The shivers do. It's like the city itself actually talking to you or something. Is that like Inland Empire kind of? use it. I don't know if having 3 in it would be enough to be funny. I really like there's only a few of these that have like some true like obvious tangible things I can get from them. Like endurance gives me health, right? I mean, a lot of these like they'd all be fine because they chime in, and I'm sure there's like checks and characters that you'd use it against, but like I don't know if there's really like much point in thinking too hard about it. It's pretty wordy, yeah. It's definitely a slower burn. Definitely it's a lot of style and shit. I mean, they've got things to say, but you kind of have to buy into the style of it. They just kind of go on and on, but I'm enjoying it so far. I really don't know what I want to do skill-wise. Morale, endurance. Well, end? Yeah, I got high end. So this will just change what actually hurts you. This is your health. Breaking shit. Like, these all make a lot of sense, but these are like probably fun ones that don't have as an obvious thing going on. This is about crime scenes. I haven't even seen a single crime scene yet. Rhetoric. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've noticed Encyclopedia has a shitload. I mean, really, we could just pick based on those things, right? Like, at the end of the day, whether you even succeed or fail in a lot of these seems to be fun. So it's more about just seeing more content. And it's like, I'm sure there's going to be a white check for everything. Perception. Oh, this one. Could be. Might be worth doing just for fun. We could do one of those. I mean, that's the thing is like, I don't know if you can really fuck it up. You're just gonna get more or less dialogue. I think I'm gonna keep going in a conceptualization and encyclopedia as we go. Because I just want the novelty of going fucking ape shit on intellect. But I feel like at the low, like I kind of want to like up the bases here a bit. We could do that. I don't know. I'm not too like worried about it at the end of the day. We're just gonna kind of play, have fun with it. As long as I'm not dying every time I look at something, which I'm not with 2 endurance, then I think we're okay. We're gonna miss shit. Everybody's gonna miss shit. That's just how it is. As long as I'm not missing everything. Just be yourself. Yeah. The advanced. The listening to fucking measureheads. 30-minute spiel on advanced racism and then saying no. That's being myself. So does he know you're an alcoholic if you don't have booze on your breath? I just happen to have it right there. I don't anymore. Okay, he could just tell. He's good, man. Right, I'm gonna maybe try to knock him out, I guess.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his
17%,
throat, into the cartilage. You could swear you felt the soft palate break.
That's more like I hear his like advanced fucking monologue and just fucking knock him out.
The man is reeling, gasping for air.
Yeah, it
Time
seemed that
stands
way.
still
Like,
around you.
he's just been
In
a
the
fucking
distance, the
alcoholic for
sounds of the
eons.
harbor are falling
They've kind of
silent.
mentioned that he been a washed up kind of rock star for a while, so I could only imagine it's been a long ass time. We'll see.
All you hear is a small gurgling
Oh,
sound as a
perception.
trickle of blood appears on the man's lip.
Back up and form a 360 flying spin kick. Give him the right hook. We're dead, man.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Very, very bad. All you feel is pain and weakness.
So do you have to have like a health to survive that? Yeah, Kim's just watching, man. We just fucking threw into this guy. It said I succeeded on the check, but I guess there's more to it than that. I could just keep retrying it just
Cop
to see.
suffers final heart.
Final heart attack. That guy just fucking murdered her, dude. Maybe I'm supposed to do the fucking spin kick, man. Or maybe I do need some health. But I want to just reload until I get the 17% again, though. I think the game's gonna crash soon, dude. Let's see how he handles the scissor, man.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his...
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
I want to try that again. Oh, he's got some dialogue for us.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hook.
I'm a hero, dude.
We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. We are not here on some political quest. And you're just going to let him manipulate you like that?
The lieutenant groaned.
Look, man. Look, Kim. So I think it might just be like a temporary health I get from this instead of a permanent health. So we'll come back actually. Who knows? Maybe I'll get some more points and fucking ass kick him. I don't need to be over here yet. No, I haven't even checked the body. I'm just kind of exploring around. It's interesting. And who knows, maybe there's a way I could get that check easier or some shit. It's like we got it the first try though, but there just was something I guess I needed to do instead. Maybe it was the spin kick. I feel like our dude would fall on his ass because of my fucking stats, but the game just get like way louder all of a sudden. Does it do that? Yeah, let's talk to him, man.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Yeah, I've liked failing in some of the other ones we've done. One where we run away from our bill or whatever was funny to fail. Yeah, according to Measurehead, we've learned a lot from Measurehead.
Sorry. Busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You guys have all sorts of gadgets these days. Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Maybe you could even knock that Kowalczyk crane over using some remote controls. Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
Yeah, scholar, gentleman. Well read. He's well thought. Truly a pinnacle specimen.
Because we don't have air support or any of those other things.
Come on,
I
Kim.
get it. Hush hush about the secret technology. Alright, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however. First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically, grow him. That's how I do it. You're welcome.
Maybe that would work. We'll have to see.
Thanks, bro. Look, I don't want to become an advanced racist, man. I'm holding out on that card. Although I guess I don't have a choice anymore. The ultimate gentleman. Jean-Luc. Now who's this wonderful man?
Bastards! We have a right to
Bastards! I am the law.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Something about this PS4 version, man. The audio you can hear in the back's like having a fucking shit. It's not purposely trying to be distorted. Kind of keeps cutting out. It's just like just when we're in this little bit here, there's just all this stuff on screen.
Rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired. almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work! Maybe you should ask them the questions, like, why we're not allowed to make a
Who are they?
Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs.
Nothing.
They'd do anything to stay alive. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
Sure.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity. Let us work!
Not gonna side with these fucking supreme gentlemen, fucking Motorhead or whatever his name is. What was his name again? I already forget it. Measurehead, man. Level-headed Measurehead. Look, man, I don't even know why we're over here yet. Lunkhead, yeah. What is a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
Wow.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud?
Yes.
No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
You didn't answer the question. God, they're both kind of funny in their own ways here. This guy and fucking Meathead.
We were promised work. We'd be in there.
The Meathead's a lot
working
funnier.
if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. We'll take heavy ordnance to bust
Heavy
it open.
ordnance.
Try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look.
That look.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No!
No.
They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
Well, we'll come back in the future. Explore some other options. He's gonna be like, do the 360 kick on fucking Motorhead, man. I'd at least like to get some more help. In case we end up in a similar situation. Don't know the full situation of what's going on. I don't need to go like too deep yet. Win or lose, it doesn't really matter. It'll be fun either way, but
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island.
probably see
pointing
what the hell the
toward
murder
sea.
even is
It
before I
looks as
bother
if
even trying
it's
to get in
being
there.
reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
Always having a conversation with his mind here.
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene.
Obscene.
There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
The man certainly knew how to live.
Thank you, necktie. Hustler style. You could do anything. A deplorable farce.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
Oh, I gotta hear it.
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
Nose candy, is that another name for cocaine? I
Not
guess
just
so.
any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find.
Got a
in
lot of
airplanes.
electrochemistry
And
lines.
Philippian
There's the
cocaine
amount of
was
drugs
known.
and alcohol in this. I mean, there's plenty of times for it to pop in.
Cocaine.
Cocaine.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
Well, of course they would say that. They're the revolutionaries, aren't they?
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
The magic dragon and all that.
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn of the century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time,
Level
they would
90
have
sprout.
reduced it up to even
You can only
5%.
get past Shadowbringers as a sprout if you buy skips. I think it hard removes your sprout at Shadowbringers unless you buy skips. There's a point that, like, no matter what, even if you've got, you know, you've only been playing a week, it'll just remove it. That is the mark of shame, dude. Sprout 90. Unless it's like an alt, I guess. Alt account. Even then, you gotta buy it. Don't see it often.
Some years ago, a group of liberal artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city.
Oh, really, Guardian? I didn't realize. I mean, I guess what, just use the full chemistry names, man. He asked the guy for some dope. The guy came back with heroin when he met weed. I don't know my drugs, but I've never thought of dope as weed. I don't know what I've thought of it. I just never, just not weed. Yeah, credit player, definitely. They use that. The ancient art of credit card. Pretty extreme difference there, though. Guessing he didn't buy it. There's so many different slang terms for drugs, I'm sure.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart. Like
well, there is,
an
and not even, I'm
frozen in
sure.
time. A rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
So funny and nihilistic. I love this, like, sarcastic. Like you're supposed to be, like, the game's taking the piss out of these kinds of replies here. Yeah. Like half of the dialogues there just to make the fucking main character like a dumbass and take a jab at. Yeah, like in this one, like random fucking too deep for you art bullshit. Which one do I want to pick up? What's it going for? Ironic. Ironic. I'm gonna go with the fucking sarcastic, hilarious.
Disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists.
The young ironists.
Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
But I guess I do get quite a bit of lines from all my intellect shit. I just keep upgrading all them, I suppose I'll just get more. Even if it doesn't have as like hard of like, you know, obvious practical places to use them. Like yeah, punching a guy in the face, I'm probably gonna have to like punch it or rip shit apart. So that obviously has like, it's gonna come again, but like rhetoric, it's like who knows, but stuff pops up enough that do it just for fun. For dialogue's sake. That was interesting. I don't know how high of encyclopedia I had to have to even get to that point, but I guess without it, just nothing would happen there. What does the yellow mean? White tank top. Oh boy. Styling. +1 physical instrument. One conceptualization. I'd rather not have the negative there. I already have high conceptualization. We'll put more points into it. Take some physical instrument bucket.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face.
Alright.
The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your
Grandma. Fucking nice.
nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead. No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why? I just told you why.
Okay. Not a reason, Kim. But okay. Nice, dude. Money. I don't think we're gonna get 60 by the end of the day. Unless I get a payday coming in. I think it's happening. We're gonna have to find another place to stay, or just not give a fuck.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
Oh boy, Tommy.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
I am the law. That's just the fucking option for like everybody.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Upon days?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes and mazout.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak, or he just likes unusual words, or both.
Like sniffing his own farts, bro. We get it. He's huffing them. Free comms. Were they all in a group, man? I don't want to be that guy, but they might all been in a group. Oh, did you? Nice. Well, then it was because of that. I'm sure. The big save, baby. As Ninja. Don't get a chance to finish a boss off solo as DPS, man. That's a pretty good feeling. A little less plotting. This guy seems kind of pretentious. Yeah, I like it. I like that a lot at 80. Depends on how you like memorizing fucking ninjutsu, I guess.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess.
I guess.
I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He makes a ka-ching sound.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
Thinking, man. I've done some thinking myself, my guy.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Only think about the dead man.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for.
Fellow thinker myself, my guy. I've thought a few thoughts before.
Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Alright.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Nice.
Relax. He's merely joking.
You're under arrest.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods.
What a kidder, man.
Tracksuits and that kind of thing.
You always were a kidder, Tommy.
They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou.
Good eye, my man.
I don't really care
Yup,
what
she's
they
an old
do.
one, but reliable.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Nope, don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Okay, man.
Yup, nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add. You'll have to ask around elsewhere.
The perception failure.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Revachol's weird. Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. The bosses, man.
For working stiff. Stiff. Corpses are stiff. He's the maze them are.
Makes sense. It sucks is what it does. Nope. Some of the other drivers.
Yup, nothing wrong.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Don't be a stranger.
Later, my guy. Yeah, perception seems like it's a good one. That's as high as we're getting. Threaten people. Keep working these though. Well, I don't know how often you're really gonna level up in this. I feel like it's pretty slow going so far. But I'm also playing probably very slow. Alright, so we could check the kitchen after 13. Might as well go do that. Still haven't taken the body down. I mean, what's another day or two, really, you know? It's probably already rotting. How long does it take for just a body to rot? Hanging. Anybody hit any bodies in here? Any body corpse experts? Oh, we got somebody to talk to here. True enough, yeah. Imagine out there hanging out with the elements, man. It wouldn't take long. Not going to be much different if we go now or in another day. Someone is working. Hey, money.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
Oh yeah, I am playing in streamer mode, so I don't know what kind of DMCA music they play. Not sure if you guys know what kind of licensed music they play. I hope it doesn't like ruin it. There's some games that I feel like the licensed music's such a big deal. I've played them off stream or in Discord or something, but I've not heard much about this game in that respect, so and apparently they replaced it with some other shit. Karaoke one. Oh, that's not a huge deal then. They say they replaced it, so or not it. The songs, I don't really know how many it is.
You immediately feel drawn to the color.
Blues for
Blue
mystery.
is for mystery.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
I'm drawn to its cobalt blue.
Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
A mini side investigation, a mega investigation. Okay. I like the music so far, so yeah, it hasn't been like... If it has been replaced at any point, it's not been a problem. But yeah, I'm guessing then there's just a couple songs that'll get replaced in streamer mode.
If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older. The door does not budge.
Mysterious. What's up, dude?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook.
What's cooking?
As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please. It's not funny.
Mr. Kubek.
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Got some impressive pots here, huh? Are you the cook?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
Just fucking boop, boop, boop. Simple man, dude. Man likes his pots.
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Stay masculine. With that masculinity, dude.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just the frit warehouse, probably.
Wondering about it is, of course, exactly what he's been doing for 10 years.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
Let him get to pretend he's indifferent. He clearly gives a shit.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
We get it. You manage 3 cafeterias. He's not a simple barkeep, right? He's a man of,
So, I haven't opened it. I have
elevated
cleaned the whole place
class.
100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
No key. The fuck?
Yes, no, they come here.
We should find out who... We don't.
There are these things called days.
Yes?
Hey.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly.
Somebody's got this damn key somewhere.
You see a heavy steel door. The door does not.
Just you wait, door. I'm getting in eventually. I'll find a way in. Got $5. Maybe Kim will give me like a little stimulus package. Just a little bit of money after I do the hanging body thing. From the PD. It's $60. Yeah, maybe we've had enough stimulants. Slip of the tongue, the stimulant package. Stimulant, I mean stimulus, I mean... I'm just surprised he's wrecked his room so hard in fucking 3 days, man. That room looks like he's lived there for fucking eons. Little stim, just
an old call box
little
with
stimmy.
a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Hello?
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore, so I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that you ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
Andrew Orlando. Artemetub's boxing for young athletes
All you
in
hear
gym.
is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
Stimulating package, yeah. We've seen this guy's stimulating package already. It's a little too stimulating. My guy's wearing whitey tighties like 10 sizes too small. A little too graphic.
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
So if you're like physical stats are higher, do you look more beefy?
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell.
Or do you
doesn't
still
work
look like
anymore.
a fucking corpse?
You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
You always look like a corpse. Do you look like a muscly corpse? I don't doubt that he always looks horrible, because I guess he always has to be an alcoholic, but...
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God.
What
I didn't think I would hear your voice.
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart beats faster. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
We'll play
Ever
along
since I
with it.
came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
It sounds like it.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally speak again.
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Oh God, please don't cry.
She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
Let's just keep playing the fucking sad man.
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
Kim's just like, alright, dude.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop playing with this doorbell. It looks ancient.
Okay, it was real. I was waiting for Kim to fucking put the straitjacket on us, put the cuffs on, man.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
It's one wax cylinder.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. Silence. No one answers your call. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Alright, let's try this one.
Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier,
And stimulated.
alright, maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your
Yes.
corner.
Like the fucking, the PD doctor said, man. We have a new life, dude. We should be happy about it. Born again.
There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order? My God.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice again. Michelle, just please. Why did you even...
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been... as if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so...
And then it hits you.
Oh, that was a new line, I think.
She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed
The
completely.
recording.
Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder.
Go ahead, ancient recording. Oh, it's gonna like not, gonna be like different all of a sudden.
Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time. but the recording is still
Let's
going.
keep going,
The
man.
phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds.
Narrator had a pretty stilted way of delivering those lines.
No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female
That's kind of
voice
style.
snaps
I don't
out,
mind it, but
completely
that was
different
like
from the one before.
really
Glorious
fucking.
and total.
You pause after like
somehow,
every 2 words.
crawling inside your head. Her words are too cold to comprehend.
Shivers.
She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
So,
The fuck? Kim's just like, hanging body? Today?
it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
He's right about something, I think.
That is true.
That was interesting. What's all this then? Erotica without the erotica. It's getting really hot all of a sudden. I'm gonna need to change my shirt. Long sleeve, a little too much, man. Oh. Can actually go in. Go back out and talk to her first. I don't know if this is the pawn shop. I mean, there's a bunch of books outside, so I kind of doubt it. Problem is, it's been really long ass loading times to get there. Clearance or whatever her name was. Probably talk to the person outside before we go in, just in case they're related. Wonder if there's like a time limit on the whole thing. I doubt it. They just ate. What the... Alright, we'll talk to this lady, then I'm gonna take like a minute break. This kid.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is
Jesus,
open.
you look like death. I am the law.
I know, sir. Are you
I am the
interested
law.
in a new and exciting book?
Respect me.
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
books, postcards, easy. Even a kid would know all of this.
Okay. That's good. Yeah, for all the dialogue and choices and builds and stuff, the game seems pretty forgiving, which is good. You could just explore the world and explore the crazy, even if you fail shit. Which I enjoy. We talked about it a bit earlier, but like sometimes games don't have the writing chops to actually facilitate a proper choice system, so being able just to explore most everything is refreshing. I mean, obviously there's still consequences in this, but I don't have like a time limit and shit too to worry about. Not really. Blind that kid? Yeah, I'm blinding everybody I'm talking to. Books are like very long letters with stories inside them.
Don't be a fool. As an expert, it's your duty to tell what you know to everyone.
You need to let everybody know how important you are.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now.
I'm a freak.
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store.
Okay.
She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Nice. I love famous people. I could help by brutally dismantling the free market.
Oh no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Nice. He's well prepared.
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
School's stupid. You're lucky not to be there.
School? Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the people there run it. They say it's a charity. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed. Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking,
Can we go
twisting
in?
for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Ass up.
I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
Got a problem with the way I talk? I am the law. I'll be right back.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into him.
Fuzz. It's the fuzz. Alright, Kim. The straight edge here. Gotta have the straight man. And the main character is a fucking nutcase.
Yeah. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
I'm a grown ass man, I don't play games. Okay.
Nothing really, sir.
Professional.
Mom doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
Plasmic manifestations.
No such thing.
He doesn't believe in ghosts.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
Maybe he's afraid of ghosts. He's a big anime stereotype.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
What is crime?
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
The law, as I said.
You don't look much like a policeman.
Is that the gloves? It's the glove, isn't it? He's also wearing a fucking... He's wearing a... fucking undershirt now, man. Tank top. Under his fucking, like, shitty suit jacket.
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head, yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Get to a friend here. You gotta be the killer to catch the
Isn't
killer.
that very dangerous?
He lacks the chameleonic skill. You gotta kill a few people to know what it's like to, you know, be a murderer.
Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you.
Oh, she's good.
Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Maybe in a bit. Let me work it a bit. We'll come back. Talk to your mama and all that.
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
He always has to be rich at
Those are
some point.
unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Right. Okay.
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Whoa. What's wrong with reality, man? All this escapism, man, it's not healthy. Poor people are boring.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end. That's really not a... I guess, yes. People in books are always very interesting, especially the romance people. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Excruciatingly painful breakup. Is this supposed to be a joke about her not having a father?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. No, I don't know. Yes, she knows books, definitely.
Or maybe it's more about his own life, or maybe just a joke in general.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain? Later, when you get the chance, you should address these issues by getting drunk.
How are you gonna play this, Goto?
Maybe some about other books? Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
Gunlance and Longsword. Gunlance is pretty interesting. I didn't like playing it as much as I thought, but it's flashy. Can't go wrong with Longsword though.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous.
Annette's expression remains ever so helpful, but she doesn't say anything.
Okay. Oh, kings and... I think that's why people read them.
Seems like most people who read those books.
But it does make the famous people... Why would they do that, sir?
What use am I?
You're not that old. Maybe you'll do something really important. Something that wows the world. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'll be back. Let's go see if we can get an extra edge on that by going and talking to the mom. This is the best disco stream you've ever seen? Well, whether that's true or not, thank you. I think I've got particularly interesting commentary, but we're trying to explore all the options. I don't know if most people just blitz through it. Parasite Eve. Somebody doing Parasite Eve? Thank you, son. Easy. Thank you. No, you're doing Parasite Eve. I'm gonna have to watch some of that. Okay, I was like, that's the catch. Alright, I got it. It's cool so far. I enjoy it. I think it depends on how much you like dark humor and cynical shit. But it's cool. Very forgiving, and it's fun to just kind of do whatever, even if you fail. But it is very slow.
The display rack is brimming with worn paper.
I have done no story, main story so far.
Sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai.
I've been playing for about 7 hours. I'm just exploring around town. If you're doing Parasite Eve, I mean, I'll be off probably in a couple hours anyways. I'll have to watch a little bit. I love me some Parasite Eve. Tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
This is like a Conan book, dude. Sounds good.
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundalaman, the man from Hyundal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Rows and rows of Hyundalamen blur your vision.
That was a lot.
You make out some titles. Man from Hyundal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundal, Return to Hyundal. And the Solipsistic. Man from Hyundal and the Hyundal Man.
It's fucking names, dude.
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundal and the Sages at the End of the World. Man from Hyundal and the False God. Man from Hyundal and the Scorched Earth. Man from Hyundal, the Hyundal Colonies. Man from Hyundal and the Swamp Beast. Man from Hyundal and the Snow Crabs. Not even close.
They
Man
keep
from
going, dude.
Hyundal in Hell. Man from Hyundal
Pain
and the
threshold.
Forest of Slaves. Man from Hyundal under the lake. Man from
Love that they
Hyundal,
fucking narrated or voiced all of the narration
There's
in this
even the
version.
Trial of Death. A
There's so
pastoral
many
combat
like
game
lines
book
that just kind
set in the
of, or
world of Hyundal,
sections that just keep
and
on
so
going and
much
going and
more.
going.
Nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
White check.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Wonderful board games.
I don't have the money for anything anyways.
Viticulturist is a classic for sure. Or perhaps
But we
you'd
can
like
browse.
Archipelagos of Insulinda,
Maybe these
a
like
very educational game
give you
for those
stats
interested
or
in
something
geography.
as well as pastime. Get a piece of heart, man, if I listen to the whole story, right?
Graubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends?
Wow, I have children. Do I have friends? Look at the lieutenant.
Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a
Do you
civilization.
think him will play
then
with
set off
us?
to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real. Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like
role playing
it.
is
Not at
for
all.
losers, dude. Like how she doesn't like almost anything in her store. I wonder what she does like. She just sells stuff that she thinks is
I've
popular.
heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities.
Her voice acting
Highly
quiet.
immoral stuff. You can still buy them though.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table.
It's like a
The
D&D
topmost
table, I'm
book
guessing.
is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel notes a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
True. It costs more, you know it's better. That's just how it works.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room.
Is this where
A strange
the
cage-like
nude
trinket
novels
and
are? The
reflecting
erotics?
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Yes, I feel compelled to only look at the book. The books are
She
all I care
speaks
about.
almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south.
And our good friend, oh no wait, he wasn't. Motorhead or whatever had nothing to do with that, right? You heard about him on the radio or something. I already forgot most of my Motorhead lore, right? He had a lot to give us. Very dense.
Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Ignore the curtains for now. For now, ma'am. Before I make any big plays in the bookstore here. Later, man. Thanks for hanging. Before I make any big plays, let's see what else is up here.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes.
Even
We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a
Damn,
person how
she's
to
really
be a proper detective.
quite a fucking salesman. Hey, you should buy all these. Okay, I think I will.
Note, reading about Dick Mullen would not actually make you a better detective. Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers.
Of course, yes.
These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work. glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Yes.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen.
Get Me
The
Mullen.
stalwart adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The sordid affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie.
Of course.
Dick Mullen in the clock tower. The ordeals of Dick Mullen.
Dauntless Dick.
Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen died.
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case. Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is Dick Mullen?
Your quick eye notices a small
Yo, double six.
across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence.
Why does it speak to him? What is our history here?
Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
Gotta be something else.
Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere. Is it because the smoking dame in the slinky red dress on the cover is giving you a hard-on? Yes, it is. The bulge in your pants is embarrassingly obvious. Relax. It's not that bad. Also, this means your blood flow is returning to normal. Good news, really.
Something the matter, detective?
The cash adjust your pants. I'm gonna ask him about the smoking dame.
The lieutenant narrows his eyes and contemplates the book for a moment.
I would certainly say she fits the description, providing that's your type.
Ugh, $8. Later. My XP, man. Tome of Fascist Magic.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
I would say The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power. A very influential historical figure, but surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Whether he still retains even a shred of fucking sanity and thought.
The book is
That's
also
another
very
question.
daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
Which of these innocences is the coolest? Crazy. I like his response like a total potato.
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
Of course.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Impersonal.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye.
High Speed
It
Love.
reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover.
Graces.
Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Holy fuck, this guy's hardcore.
Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long.
Like he's gotta make it through a whole fucking book, man. Come on, please.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
I have money to buy the... Let's see what else we got. I don't know what all money's for at this point, but I feel like it'd be a very
attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove.
main character thing to do
by small pins.
when he has a $60 tab to be able to sleep tonight, to then waste all of his money on something totally different. I'm very much considering it.
The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinaise. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, archipelago disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Whoa.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Connections to other worlds, words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas
This is a very
are
serious
immeasurably
map.
large. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
Oh, we failed those. Impossible. We need to up our encyclopedia and conceptualization.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the river
I don't know how many
Esperance.
times you'll even level up.
Countless bridges put the shards
Realistically.
back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center.
Probably up
teeming with life
conceptualization
forms
next, and then
construction.
encyclopedia. Conceptualization might have more check too. I don't know. I mean, maybe encyclopedia would. That's why I wouldn't. Get more dialogue, anyways.
To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East. Houdon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's
Yeah, that's my
almost
thing,
as
is the
bad and
encyclopedia
much larger.
stuff.
Then
I mean,
Cold
it is
City.
just going to come down to
It's the
lore,
worst.
which is cool, but conceptualization might actually have checks that have practical use. Like, that was the thing on the big guy, right? The crime one might have stuff, but I mean, doesn't look like we're actually at a crime scene all that often. I mean, I haven't done any main story, so we'll see. I feel like conceptualized would be safe, though. I kind of want to just have like one skill maxed out just to kind of see. But you realistically might still get like 99% of things without having to max them out. And just you end up missing a whole bunch of other shit that you could have gotten a lot more of if you just upped them once or twice. Like, is 10 gonna be that different from like 12? Just gonna change the percents on impossible, I suppose.
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock. The strip of coast next to the Greater Rivershell Industrial Harbor. It looks downright despondent. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Oh, nice.
That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be, from when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers,
I want
and
it.
designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going.
Steal it
It would
instead.
be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
It's 90 cents. I'll try to steal it. I mean, I've liked it so far. It's interesting. Like I said, I'll probably still upgrade it. I might just do conceptualization first because it might have more practical usage. But I'll still upgrade it. I mean, my goal was to... I just don't know how often I'll level up, right? Like, I'm fine with, like, leveling all of the intellect ones just non-stop, just for fun, but I don't know if realistically you're going to come into a lot of them. Like, upgrading perception once has already felt pretty good. Don't know how a lot of these are. I mean, I could upgrade, like, some of these just for fucking the checks, but at the end of the day... It's going to be more about the dialogue, because those happen all the time, right? Like, what was the one downstairs I could upgrade? Pain threshold, I think. Like, am I going to upgrade pain threshold just to get a little bit more of a percentage? I don't know. See, most of these are like when you're talking to people. These are probably all for just kind of inner monologues. And for somebody like me who just like goes around and explores every little thing, you probably get more mileage out of these. I don't think you can really fuck up too much. I mean, I know you can't fuck up, but like, as long as I'm not just like wasting a point, I just I want to get more dialogue, really, is the goal. I'm not going to get every check. It's not going to happen.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Paranatural.
There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind.
Then again, I do just see these a lot, possibly because I have them all high. Well, no, they should tell you if you fail them, right? I mean, the intellect ones, it's going to be like 90% of your dialogue checks. But they're probably not that many of your practical checks, I'm imagining. Like, physical would be more like you're going to actually run into people and need to do physical shit. Who knows? I don't know. So far, we've had like, what, 1 or 2 intellect-based, like, practical checks. But since failing them's fun too, it doesn't really matter, right? So it's kind of more about just getting more dialogue.
The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I count these as checks too, right? Who do you want to hear more? I guess that's a good way of thinking about it. That's kind of what I mean. I mean, these are technically checks. I should probably differentiate between the practical, real roles and then the dialogue ones. I'm interested in seeing more of the dialogue shit. So. Rhetoric. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's a good way of thinking about it. I'll have to look around. What kind of stuff do we want to hear more? What I want to hear, not even exactly what I want to hear more, it's what I think is going to pop up more. I enjoy most of the dialogue, so.
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything.
Even though we're pretty far in hour-wise, like 7 hours, I still feel like we're pretty much just starting out, right? Also, don't know if I need to spend some of those perk points on those extra thoughts. Those probably are going to get me more in the long run, you imagine, than real levels. Maybe. I haven't leveled that much. I maybe level up a lot through the story. It's how it is in a lot of games.
When it's up to your mind to heal yourself,
I haven't exactly finished a lot of side stuff.
That you're ill in the first place. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And
that sounds awfully,
there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraï's tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre- and post-factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
Nothing useful.
This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Inland Empire 5. Heard about the curse.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl. The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken
Kim is a very patient man. Thank God.
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pearl. also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale. It is, and good for the circulation too.
I'd like to try it.
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pail. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pail and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired. Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
Whoa.
That seems improbable.
But
for general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pail, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need.
you're right.
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations. You close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
We'll buy stuff. Oh yeah. Can I steal this shit with him like right here? I don't know what all the use of money is.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of you peek at the storekeeper, waiting for her to be distracted. When she's not looking, you deftly rip the map off the bulletin board and pocket it. You're now the proud owner of a map of Martinez, which, to be honest, did not even cost
But I
that
stole
much.
it anyway, though, yeah. It's not about the money, it's the principle of my map.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Oh. Oh, nice. Formidable. Challenging. Man from the Helmdall series. I like how Kim just doesn't give a fuck. Alright, now we'll talk to her. No, wait.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
That's
My
the name
is
of her
Plaisance.
store.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Can you give me some money, dude? She's not gonna give us money. I'm not even. We're not even.
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, Was she at her post, doing her job like a proper girl?
Of course.
Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Jesus, this lady sucks, man.
Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer.
Okay, 10.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as Mayonette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Right.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
Clearly.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening. Good sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
I'm glad we stole that 90-cent fucking map.
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
Yes, that was fun.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go! Get back there. The books await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
I feel like she's trying to put a hex on us.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about? The curtains, tattered with age and covered in... Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She definitely is a cursed believer.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
Or...
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The powers.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
I'm going in, dude.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if torn.
I'm ripping them open in a second, man. I need to know the mysteries within Renette, at least, right? That's my
Hello
reason.
again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of.
Why does it have a 70s ward protecting it? There we go, man. We'll hit her with the encyclopedic knowledge. What's up, Maki? You played this through and liked it? Yeah, it's cool so far. Interesting for sure. I enjoy a lot of the dark humor and stuff. Room that I wouldn't hurt if I just picked inside. It's like it's clear straight.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing.
She broke, finally. Kiat, did you change your name? that is Kiat, right? Or am I insane? Am I really out of it today? Okay, I'm like sitting here. I'm like, peace. Like I'm like, that's Kiat. Kiat is still in your name. But I'm like, I don't remember modding somebody named Macchiato. I'm like, wait a second. Like 999 plus chat messages. I'm like, this is actually, yeah, okay. I was like, holy hell, did I forget somebody who's been in here for like eons? Okay, you changed your name. We should aliases if I click people's names in the chat. Alright, I was like, it's like, the emotes made me figure it out, but yeah.
Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Yeah, I'm glad you did. It helped. Why'd you change it? Yeah, I like that emote too. Peace.
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
The curse.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Whoa.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices
Yeah, I
and
got you.
disappointing income statements.
Sometimes you just want to change. I've wanted to change the kill part of my name to chill for a while, but apparently there's somebody who uses it or doesn't use it on Twitch but just has it. They probably log in once a year to keep it used for some reason. I like my name pretty well. I would just have it be KD if I could, but nobody ever allows anything less than 4 characters for a name, so. The Cacodemons from Doom.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here. Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the Doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans with a spell of compulsion.
Like how nobody cares that I'm blasting them with a flashlight.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people. Doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except you.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid.
Sale. Be friendlier.
Discount my wares? I can see, sir, that you don't value books very highly. Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom. They can sense the desperation, you know. Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be.
What if I go read
so
her
they can
book?
return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
Drama.
Slither up to her,
Nice.
you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
I'm lying, dude.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I have intellect, the highest. They were all 6. And then I specialized in Inland Empire to boost that a little bit. The Void.
You're no para-detective. You look nothing like one.
You look like one. Hey now, hey. You need the booze to focus, alright? The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. Go ahead then, rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
What the hell do we even go for here? Wonder if it matters or if it's just for fun either way. I feel like there could be right or wrong here, and I'd like to explore the quest line, if there is one. I need back there without having to force my way in. I'll do it if I got to.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
Here we go. The Void Revenant.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any
Ask
collateral
my
damage
partner
to hit
Kim,
us.
he'll vouch for me. Do we want to bring Kim into this?
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
The entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Of course, the entity. I have sensed its presence.
The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably.
Now I'm getting some good mileage out of the drama skill here.
Ever
Enjoyable.
since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
The passage between heaven and hell.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there.
Or the advanced race. I don't know, man. The advanced racism of fucking metalhead or whatever the fuck. That was. That was more like talking to, yeah. Very intense flat earther.
Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
Okay, but please, only a few questions.
The woman before you scans.
Kim, any thoughts on our curse here? Kim doesn't seem the type to believe in curses. But maybe he cares enough about his fellow man to investigate anyways.
You see a set of tattered curtains. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
I'm going in, madam. What secrets lurk within the wards?
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Only an echo. No one is there. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Detective, you're the one in charge.
Best, Kim. You're the boss. Please. You first. I like to make him subtle. Yeah. Straight edge here, but they still give him a little bit of personality. Despite being like super professional. Usually just judgment. Because the main character's a fucking freak. This is fun though. I like it because it's unrelated to kind of the some of the political or you know, more lore heavy stuff. We'll change of pace. He's got some dialogue for us.
What is this place? I think you're right, though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed.
Yes, Kim. But what if there's a supernatural?
No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
Thanks, Kim. Hot put ball. Okay.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them.
The voice acting on some of these is actually pretty good with the narration. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. 60 kg.
There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Dude, there's so many fizz skill check, dude. %. I've gotten less.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat.
Inland Empire has quite a bit of dialogue.
Then the feeling is gone.
But I feel like I won't do much more than what we already got.
It's just a memory.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
I'm doing it anyways, Kim. I'm gonna die, aren't I?
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Yeah, screaming isn't happening on account of extreme shortness of breath. You're just making it worse. All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark.
There's so many fucking physical checks,
like
man.
you always thought you would.
I feel like I should probably upgrade my that physical skill just so I could do more of these. There's just quite a bit of them. Just that one, the physical instruments. I already have like 2 right now. They're kind of funny. I mean, I guess failing them's funny too. But this one's just I die or not.
Cop suffers final heart attack at the
See, nothing's gonna be funnier than me dying from having a light turn on, though. That was the most pathetic death, I think. The fucking light turns on for too long and he just fucking dies.
What is this place? I think you're right. I doubt the electricity...
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Sounds good.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. There are no collars on the barbell. Why does it feel so familiar?
Oh, there was some visual calculus, huh?
No, it's just a memory.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations.
Will this be marked now? I could come back and do it. Like, I feel like I could upgrade physical instrument. And then that'd be okay, and then just go in on all these. Not. It's not really worth it since I can still fail them and get a kick out of it. All the cells. Are these just worth selling? Is that the idea? The barbell. Warded door. Pain threshold challenge. Why would I even need to do that one? I'm in, man. Pain threshold, medium. Exposure challenging. They're all physical checks. Most of them physical instrument. Holy shit, Kim. Demi John. Wild animal stuff. Flashlight's not helping a whole lot. Maybe this is easier on like PC. Try re-equipping it? Okay, I was like, this is pretty fucked, man. Topo Cop done yet? That'll raise the composure, that'll be good. Like, I can control their flashlight, but it's like really hard to do. Yeah, it might be a bug. Maybe I should reload it. Let's try that. Rip indeed, yeah. Can I possibly even get out of lifting those weights? Maybe some XP. mean, if I die every time I lift them, I could just keep trying until I get it. I'll come back and maybe try again. I mean, it's supposed to lock you out, but I mean, if I die, it's pretty much a forced reload anyways. Alright. Quick save. I don't think it's fixed. Well, I mean, luckily I can still see the highlights of stuff. I just hope there's not that much visual storytelling going on in the darkness. Might be one of those things that, like, you could put the... Oh, here we go. Nice, that did fix it. The mouse over it or something. Thank you for letting me know that was not how it was supposed to be, because I probably wouldn't have reset otherwise. Sometimes the off and on just works. Hey, money.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic.
Wax-based?
Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space.
Oh, thanks. I don't think I've said too much profound. I mean, usually we'd probably try to be discussing everything a bit more, but I still feel like I'm just very early. I try to write notes during these, but I've written like no notes. I'll probably try to amass some thoughts and shit after the stream, and then we'll dig more into it tomorrow. Yeah, appreciate you guys hanging.
Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind?
I'm on react mode here. I'm just kind of getting a kick out of the dialogue.
You should adopt one of those Wilkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a Welkin. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
The Super Welkin.
It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist.
Welkin supremacist.
All non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them purged.
Headless men.
Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
One of those Welkin supremacists.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
Indeed.
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Oh, this is all for the D&D, man. But what if they're real, Kim? Kim's got no imagination.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones.
I wonder if this has anything to do with the, what the fuck was it called? It's not D&D, but It had a different name in this. I've already lost my lore. The D&D like this game's going for. The D&D parallel.
You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow.
I don't remember all the
great
names
mammoth-like
of the
beasts
businesses on the intercom. Maybe this was one of those as well. The gym was.
Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world.
It's good that electrochemistry doesn't just bring in things about booze and alcohol. Sometimes it's like people a little bit. Because it's pretty one note. I mean, I don't mind when it pops up, but it pops up a lot. It's like, yeah, booze is great. It's kind of like the devil on the shoulder kind of feeling one. I mean, I guess it fits because he's like super alcoholic.
A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun."
So if any of them are going to appear a lot, I guess that's kind of like in character. Because all of the intelligent things he thinks feel so removed from his actual personality. Because of all the insane, stupid shit he's doing. But like, he knows all these things. But you can't help but make it feel like it's some kind of just gamey third person entity talking to him. But he's supposed to know it all, right? He just doesn't like it. It's all inside his mind is the problem. I mean, I guess you do occasionally say stuff to like him that's like, you know, encyclopedic or whatever the fuck. But for the most part, you just act the fool. No matter how smart you are.
This is a monthly calendar.
Maybe later he does actually do a bit more smart
words
shit.
Like sprint, daily minimi,
Although it wouldn't be as funny if you were like fucking Brainiac.
The grand scheme of production and money. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
Mini-Me. Isn't that like a game dev company? Am I crazy? Is that this company? Like, wait, is that the people who made this game? I don't remember. Just works gameplay wise. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that earlier too. Like, how do you in a game like this make the player learn everything about the world you're in when you're playing somebody who lives in that world? So amnesia is used, yeah, all the time because of it. I mean, it still works because the game is so kind of just bizarro and just taking the piss out of itself a lot. Like, they joke about it and the amnesia things. I mean, it feels like it fits enough. The game was like super dead serious, and yeah, it might be a little funky. It's the hyper alcoholic. Yeah, it is funny. I mean, like, you know, you don't know anything about current events pertaining to you, but you have encyclopedic knowledge of everything. So it's kind of like very picky and choosy. I guess just on anything but personal affairs. What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for D." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
Good old heat death of the universe, man. I feel like I see that every day now. What is it about heat death in the universe now?
Hobocop.
Yo, Hobocop, can I get some fat kills?
Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? The old L'Assommoir? To the pier or the sewers? To Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon.
Triple malt
then
bourbon.
fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost
In an
sepulchres.
ancient
The secrets of the city are all yours.
brown
at last.
sack, of course. Royal brown sack. Extra special collector's edition, tiny bottles on the map. More money from selling. Turning cat for shivers raised to 6. Can I just take these off? You have to forget them. Okay. These are probably worth unlocking more of. So it ups the cap, but not the base level. Shiver seems cool. Seems like a fun thing. I don't know if it would actually come in handy ever, but it could be fun. You know, the thing is, I just don't get enough like levels to actually like just fuck around right now. Maybe I'm just not hitting enough actual of the content yet. What is giving me the -2? The shoes. Pants. At the end of the day, upping the cap on that isn't gonna really matter much if I'm not gonna actually level it. And I can up it like twice anyways. It's like, I don't know how much more I'd actually want to level it. So if I have to, I'll forget that. Hobo cop. I guess we got another slot still. Emma's Atelier. Emma.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs.
Some Hellraiser
Radio
shit.
computer.
Oh.
Just sitting
Of
here
course.
without anyone inside. We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Kim, that's not an answer.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Oh, we need something in there, huh?
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker.
Maybe
The
I'll be
mesh
able to bring
spreading
something
over
in
the
there.
stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient.
Right.
The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue
He went to
tiles
history
look
class?
beautiful in the sun.
Hard to imagine this guy not being a fucking washed up 40-year-old. I guess everybody's gotta come from something, man.
History classes, students with their textbooks open. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6.
I say washed up, implying he was something.
UKV.
They've joked around about him being some kind of rock
Some written
star
notes, too. Sparse
back in his
and
day.
cryptic.
Like he was good at his job or something, but I might just be drawing the wrong conclusions from a very small amount of dialogue we've seen.
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
The anatomy of the curse.
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
He knows his doom.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. This old fireplace, the whole thing resembles
Kim?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Undercover counterintelligence program, failed business. We'll say this for fun.
No, that's not it. I think it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games.
Come on, Kim.
Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked.
The electrochemistry actually does fun stuff with people too. Spirit to Corps is a neat skill too. Is that the one about like camaraderie or something with fellow policemen or whatever the fuck? I read it at the beginning, but I forget. It's popped up a few times with Kim at least. Can level that one up as well. Could be fun. We get into more of the heavy shit.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real, immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I imagine the more you do actual crime shit, it might pop up as well. Although I guess that's just walking around saying we're a cop. It matter too. Or maybe it would just develop Kim a slight bit more just for shits. I don't know. Can't go wrong with a lot of them. That one could be good because it's not super high right now. So it'd probably pop up a lot more often. You'd imagine most checks are going to be like, the meat of them are going to be like mediums. Not checks, but speech, dialogue checks, rolls. But then there's probably some fun stuff on the bleeding edge as well. Just kind of what I want. I want to have like at least one or two just jack. Could. I have a little bit of strength, not much though. I've died a bunch trying to be a bruiser. I just died trying to lift some weights.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
Let's finish it, Kim.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
You're right, Kim. Many bruisers have died trying to conceptualize. Conceptualize. You take like a lot more mental damage or something as like a fucking physical player. Your brain just can't fucking handle the stress. I haven't run out of mental anything yet, just physical. Oh, great. Go back. Hello. That's a giant bear with glowing red eyes. Or a bear statue. The Shiagorath statue. Just punch. No thoughts. Just wind and punch. That's where you get filtered. The bear kills you, yeah. It's over, dude. Just punch lift. I pick things up and I put them down. Buns and dies. That's the best part though. Turning on a light bulb and then fucking just dying. I get a kick out of it.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other. That's a good question. Reality is ruthless.
Right.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On a bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter?
Yes.
The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1.
Hey.
Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment.
Wait, are we like calling somebody? What the fuck's going on here?
Fortress Accident SCR
Some XP
produces
at least.
revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
So conceptual.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
Yes, I am alive. I'm 74 years old. Thought this company was fucked, man. How the fuck is she just like didn't get the memo?
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radio.
Or is this something? Am I missing something here?
Now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident. The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel,
She's good at her job, man.
give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress
Fair
Accident.
enough.
Is there anything else I can do for you today? Yes.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect them. I work as now. Please tell me. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework. Nothing happens. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Take it out for now. I need to find the password around here somewhere. Well, maybe we need to recheck
This old
something.
fireplace, the whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Radio frequencies, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins. Perhaps the web is comprised of someone very important, the leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the game masters. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in
Maybe we can find the password on if we recheck one of these things.
There's no
Now that we know
way
what we're looking
a little
for.
basement studio working here.
My God, the schedule.
Nothing is.
Oh, there might be in the basement. Maybe we should go down there first and then double check. It's not like what the fuck. Well, maybe we will. Probably not. I gotta save just in case. The problem playing on PS4 is the fucking 10-hour long save times and loading, but it's fine. Saves a man money. It's not like hurting the game or anything in a big way. Ma'am, can you just give me the password? I need to know. The bear, dude. Final boss. The magnesium. Coal chute.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red.
It's
The bear
fine.
looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
No.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside.
It was a
of
taxidermized bear with like a fucking fridge actually like stitched into it, man. That would be parts badass and parts kind of fucking spooky.
The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
I like that Kim is like low-key kind of like getting into this whole thing.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled
I'm
ice
not
cream
gonna tell him
wrappers
not to,
with
man.
the brand name.
Waiting for
Revachol
the
Ice
fucking
City.
rad rodents
A
to come
handwritten
busting
note
out.
has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Ooh, magnet.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Can't.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the
That's a real
fridge.
voice. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's so like contrast the fucking narrator so hard. It's kind of perfect.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice.
Please buy our ice cream as a spooky bears.
What is even worse,
Towering
the
above
bear
you.
is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
We could save them the trouble by turning it off, but that would get rid of the fun. A hidden doorway. Digging this like dungeon we're in, man.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Yes.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like
ancient.
the rest. But one
The
catches your
Revolution.
eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order
Ooh.
than
Do
the
I get to
others.
walk around with a rifle now?
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
Nah, well, we could sell it, huh? Or something.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all
figured.
those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Figured as much.
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Yeah, so do I. Take a peek at it, huh? 390. Not that big of a sell. I do wonder if some of these have some kind of like practical use for like a quest or some other shit.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
Frozen ice cream maker. This is a different filament then? I mean, we have one.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer. Some local miscreant, probably. There are tons of them running around in Martinez, ready to stir up trouble. We usually dispatch our junior officers to deal with them. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the Ice Bear fridge.
Reasonable. This looks suspiciously possible. Hey, nice.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
Got it. Got it.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
Oh,
It
Jesus.
has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top.
The pry bar's
and an
not
electric
strong
freezer
enough.
That appears to be frozen shut.
What the fuck's wrong with this pry bar? Pry bar is not good? You tell me Kim's running out of shitty tools? Is it the hand, Ben? Wish you could just like click these and then choose the hand, like auto pick one.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on.
Maybe there's another one in here somewhere. Unlikely, but need to find this pawn shop too. God.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has 1 cable missing. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream
This
churner
helps because the
and
machine's
an electric
unplugged,
freezer.
but
The ice around it slowly melting.
and we need to wait for it.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar?
Very true, dude. I think I'll have some right now. It helps. This pry bar is not good enough. I don't know if they'll give me one here or if it's gonna have to be somewhere else. Isn't this thing right here what that one guy was fixing? Or it looked very similar to this. Might not, it's probably not the exact same one, but maybe they reused it. Yeah. It speaks to intercom wires. The mash, dude. +1 drama. I think physical instruments better. Although these like 80s mash fucking like Prince fucking things, man. It looks pretty fucking great. Yuck. You can barely see it. Disgusting. Hairy chest on this corpse, it's better.
The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melting.
I could try opening that thing anyways. But it seems to kind of have like a hard requirement.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Yell hello in the furnace. We might have to do that.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
Kim's just fucking dying over here.
What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean, officer.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it. You can feel your cheeks turn red under the lieutenant's gaze. You look like a kid, not a police officer. Even the war.
-1 Kim doesn't trust you. Why not?
Thank you. So, where were we? You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected, but malignant entities don't exist.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Like we should sneak up on him. But I kind of want to do the hello.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes
Something
throughout
breaks
the chimney
loose in
vents.
you. The physical ones are
Turning
just
voices
funny,
above
man.
suddenly cease.
The
Then-
beast. Something breaks loose. The like just fucking primal descriptions on some of these.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the 2nd floor. I'll open it.
Oh, was there a modifier for drinking? That's good.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled
It was
aside.
a little easier.
After you, officer.
Kick it with your foot. I died doing that on something earlier. Kim, do you trust me yet, for God's sakes? Kim. Come on. How could you not trust this face? Who is it? Not gonna be the lady we were just talking to, right? Oh, maybe she was just upstairs. Oh. We're just here. Safety curtain. What the fuck? Was there a different path, or maybe something else opened up somewhere? And we have to go back. Yeah, that's good. We can just jump right in. I guess this is not where we wanted to go.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
I don't know if it's worth trying, man. I mean, I could, but I don't know if I'm gonna try it again without upgrading the skill. Maybe I'll just get to try it the next day. Fuck it. I can always reload.
This orange machine is dead still. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge. You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eyes.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open. I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker.
You're right. And then we'll figure out the password. And then whatever the fuck we want to schedule for, we'll have it.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it.
Where's the safety curtain? It's farther up. I mean, it is up, so maybe we missed it. And the super cry bar. Fucking cry bar's about right, dude. I'm a fucking cry bar. Oh, over here I guess. There was a lady there. She just hangs out in this place. She's got a nice little area. Surprisingly nice. I mean, it still looks fucked, but like livable. Plant, dice. See the game master.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius.
Milius.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Answers. Sure.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a
A
regular
jeweler.
jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition.
You have a novelty dice maker hiding in the ruins of this fucking building.
Some of my friends were role players.
Maybe she's not hiding
They
at
asked
all.
me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Yeah.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then, the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Fateful.
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
The zone.
It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
Oh, she seems pretty genuine, man. Seemed the person with the best vantage point didn't see shit.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her
Fucking
about
Inland
this.
Empire, dude. It is fucking losing its shit.
Creative.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yeah, really. Yeah, she seems. I mean, she's like her situation's kind of bizarre. She lives in a fucking chimney in a derelict building, and is just making dice and somehow delivers and gets orders to people. But like, yeah, she seems personally pretty well adjusted. So it's kind of this fun contrast, I guess. You'd expect somebody just ape shit up here, but
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like gender.
I'm guessing that picture
They're scared of that word.
of the androgynous person down in the storehouse from Androgynous Orlando. Surely.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
You should have known it. It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias.
What is snuff milia?
Yes.
What's the snuff milia?
And they never cleaned up the debris either.
Encyclopedia success and he doesn't
and I
know.
have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Oh.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that. As if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
I mean, it is.
What does she mean to get off on it?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist?
Look at all this
No,
fucking,
mostly just
this
big
massive
trucks.
lore dump on this entire building. That's neat. I didn't expect us to get a full story for like every single place. I wonder how it's gonna go down with the book lady. She's kind of a bitch, so you like try to get the lady removed. It's not really your business. It's like she owns the whole building.
But what drugs exactly?
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was awful.
Even you can probably do better than that.
Yeah. I choose to piss on my fucking clothing, alright? Walk around with it.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activist.
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, and you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
Any brains or feelings?
Really? Anyway.
Did you murder that fly?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
The mystery's been solved.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Men like that are a curse.
Yeah?
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47.
How fucking much money did this guy have to run away with?
I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just props. Why return them?
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
The game.
That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
They just did whatever, whenever,
The usual.
imagine.
They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
Yeah, well, thank you for that chime in there.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
The ice cream machine you can't open.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing. Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand.
Acne-ridden.
And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted.
It's fun, man.
Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't doing his best, I mean. He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Oh, he's got a name now. Do I have to call the bear Megatherion?
Sounds cool.
It is cool, dude.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with drugs.
There's a lot of electrochemistry lines and they're very samey. I don't mind. But it's definitely more noticeable.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
Not now, you beast. This is the future you chose. I leveled up 1 electrochemistry. This is my vision beast, my tie. Way too much.
What? Right. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Fucking talking to his tie.
Anything else?
So if you don't equip his tie, does he not have it in his
I've been here for a long time.
his art? Or is it always there?
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
So can we get to it from here?
Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
Come on, man. Pinball's still alive. We're enthusiasts. It's still alive.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Oh. Okay. But what about fucking, what's it, Space Academy? What was the pinball on Windows XP? Tell me you guys played it in school. Or was it Windows 98? Space Cadet? Space Adventures? Space something pinball, man. It's great, dude. I mean, it might not have been great, but it was great playing it in school. You played it? You know, it was... What about Knights, Pinball, and Sonic Adventure? You just gonna forget about that, Kim?
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on me?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
Narrow your eyes.
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want to know? It can't be true. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was placed Tricent. It used to be.
No, it was too real to be.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days.
Yeah.
We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
Well, now we get this one.
Why would Slipstream SEA have a 100-year-old recording as their doorbell message? Doesn't make any sense. I'm still convinced it was nothing more than some elaborate prank.
Why would somebody be sitting here doing a prank?
My money is on electrical anomaly. I've heard of these, especially in an old building like this.
Are we gonna get to the bottom of that? Or is this just the eternal mystery?
Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
It didn't. I mean, to get the thing on the PA system, I had to have... There's a check for it, right? After I checked it? But you would have had the check, so I don't know. Weird. Maybe there is just some kind of like stat check to even get to the real check. I don't know.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Its customers have trouble paying bills.
And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Very mysteriously. I love all the fucking supernatural shit here. Just fucking all these jokes about narrowing his eyes.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring.
But could she be this way? I don't want to get cursed, man. Don't want to feel her ire.
But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
Viver's legendary.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Some Agent Cooper. Some fucking Dale Cooper shit. Start taking off your clothes, you need to connect.
She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief. The tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
Order a die.
What else?
Why is this one so hard to get?
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. No need to rush. Take a look around, see if anything
But it
inspires
costs
you.
10, right? I mean, I could come back and buy some.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, you. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff. Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind.
You got me.
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Opt in.
Failure. It's about failure. Yes. Abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished. Beaten. Curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse
We're gonna make communism work. Let's go.
You alone. Against every living thing. Against every human alive. 800 trillion real. In the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade.
Roll up your sleeves and start building. Make it so appealing, right? I'm too tired. No thanks, man.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections. No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this.
Welcome back, Rayless. I won't be on much longer myself. So hopefully your DoorDash went well.
Did someone mention cocaine? Are we doing cocaine? No.
Fucking
I'm
like
sure
cocaine.
I heard someone say cocainism.
Yes, cocaine.
Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one? There's no one. Okay then. Lie down and let the water carry you downstream.
Goodbye, communism. Good luck. What is that? Where does that come from? Is it just after you do enough, like, quests or something? If you threaten to end child labor? Ending child labor is communism. It just makes sense. Am I being too cheap, guys? Do I need to spend some money? Look until I see the pawn shop at least. I don't want to spend anything. Only 2 more hours before I need to sleep. There's no way I'd have 60 bucks. Alright, let's lift this. I'll probably die, but let's give it a try, huh? Can die to it occasionally.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Political alignment based on choices? Okay. Time to die. Didn't even like do anything.
You managed to hoist it off the ground. but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just a... You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure.
Okay, I gotcha.
It's spreading to your left arm.
Interesting.
Your jaw. No, it's many years of combined self-neglect and self-abuse. There's no shame in surrendering now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face.
I'm just picking a lot of everything and a lot of shit post stuff. I'm just
Cop
letting
suffers final heart attack.
the wind take me where it will. Alright, let's go turn in this quest. And then tomorrow we'll continue. Got a lot of money options right now. Books to spend, or books to buy, dice to buy, which I don't really know the point of yet. Things I need to come back and open with better tools that don't have seemingly any alternatives. So. Let's see what happens here. A lot of interesting lore filling my brain now. This building's that size. Ma'am, you're fucked. There's a dice woman
Don't keep me
upstairs.
waiting now. What's in there?
The
In that
dark sarcophagus.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
The thing is, there is like a legendary check on her, man. So it makes you wonder. I want to see what it is, but I don't know how jacked you have to be to fucking succeed on that. It's like 3% for right now. If I really wanted to, I could save scum the fuck out of everything, but like that's kind of game in the system. I'd rather, if I had to do that, like do it at the very end or something.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Is it an even RPG without save scubbing? Yeah. You're not wrong there. You gotta explore everything, save scubbing help. But this one's got a lot of systems in play to help with the save scubbing. naturally. Not needing to be as necessary. There's another entity, more malignant, pulling the strings and whatnot. Yeah. I know we're just taking the piss out of it all, but I am not against save scumming a few things for sure, but it would have to be in the final hours or something, just so we could see the content. I mean, I let myself die sometimes and retry shit occasionally. Just some light scumming. Casually scumming. Dipping my toes into the scum pool. Yeah, nothing crazy. I don't really know what's the call here. He's not gonna believe this, probably. How did she explain it? There is no curse because there's too many inconsistencies. I won't say 3, even though I would like to follow up on that. Let's try 1 for now.
Too many inconsistencies.
Good luck persuading her. Some people can rationalize anything.
Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech that's been feeding the curse. I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, Detective. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far.
Curious what other conversations we can get. I might reload this one.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
Where was my last save? I'm just curious if the choices on this one do matter. I mean, she definitely seems up her own ass and rationalize anything. It would take. That's the problem with something like supernatural shit. Since you can't really prove it exists. Can't really prove it doesn't exist. She's not all about it right now. Or we could come back after we can open the chest and read the whole thing and make me wonder. They did mention a ginger. She was hiding her hair and she put one of her strands of hair behind her bandana. Could be that she's running around fucking shit up, legit. Maybe I shouldn't turn this in yet. Interesting thought. Hard to see what color her hair was. I wonder if they got it blocked on purpose. Oh, they might have mentioned it being a dude or something. I should just save it. I kind of want the XP, but maybe you can have like a better outcome or more, not better, just more involved outcome. I come back after doing a few things. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Talk to her daughter, I guess. I kind of want to ask, but I don't know if I should. It's not like I'll die if I don't fucking get the XP for a bit. I mean, I just have to get a tool. I don't know if we're ever going to get the check on her, the Shivers one. Could be that we need to actually get some info to be able to do it. The other thing is she really knows her stuff, so... But our drama said that she was telling the truth, but...
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her.
Her mom heard
She
her or
doesn't want
something?
to show them.
Or what?
The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Rats have been nibbling on your fingers. Recycling body material.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Whatever, kid. I don't need to prove myself to you. Fuck you, kid.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching.
He's good,
It
man.
takes effort.
Because you usually aren't. I sure hope you are, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you.
He's not making a
The whole
deduction.
situation suddenly feels familiar.
She's just
Somehow.
indirectly calling him an alcoholic.
There's something you're missing. Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time.
How long has he been here? I thought it was just 3 days.
You've been running around for several days,
Okay.
talking about small churches and how everyone betrayed you, sir.
Small churches.
Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
Thanks, I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Can Kim's fucking opinion on our guy get any lower? I'm surprised he doesn't just fucking all yell our ass right now. We doing the world a service.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. An angel of a wingman, yeah.
Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I didn't know I had to do that. I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for the 5 points. I'm a druggie and an alcoholic. Nice. Probably the murderer now, too. Kim, I think I killed the person we haven't seen yet. Even though it's been there for a week. That was me. Shivers. How fun is Shivers? Should I do another one? 3 and Shivers could be fun. And I need it for something else, sorta. Can't watch this? Well, I'm about to be done today anyway. Yeah, it's cool so far. I could see it not being people's speed. Personally didn't like it, but some people love it. Certainly shows up. Understand cop culture. This one's already a 4. Already. I mean, I like seeing these pop up, but they're already kind of like high. Maybe 1 in Shivers would be okay. Perception's been nice. I mean, I could physical instrument. But dialogue, it's not going to give me much. Definitely don't need any more electrochemistry. Out of these, what's the most worst? They've all kind of been used, right? Could level them some more. These just don't level up enough, man. I'll do 1 in Shivers. For shits. Just to see it, just because it'll be different. But I really need to dig into these more. I want some of these to be like max for fun. Just to see what like a max drink thing would be. Maybe we'll do conceptualization and encyclopedia. See how we're feeling, then maybe do the others or just keep digging into those. Rhetoric and drama is cool. Talking to people. Logic tells you a lot of shit you can already draw on your own, but still fun, I guess. Spirit decor is cool, but how much pop up? Legendary Shivers. I feel like there's some way to make that easier. Unless it's just this insane Shivers check. I could just check it anyways. I don't know how much easier it's gonna be now. Yeah, I've only seen that one go off a couple times, so I wouldn't mind just seeing a little bit more, but yeah, I don't want to invest crazy. That sounds cool. I would love that 70 XP, but I don't know. I have a feeling this game's not gonna give you like a shitload of XP, but I mean maybe it will. I don't know. Thing is, you need XP to buy those other slots already, but then I guess you do have gear and stuff too. I mean, I know the game's not supposed to be like short, and I'm generally a very slow player that like fucking reads every little thing, so probably still digging in. I wouldn't be surprised if more main story-esque shit is more useful. Here's what we'll do. I'll go try this check. If I fail, I'll go lift the thing, then we'll just reload and try again another time.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Aside from getting naked, you're not sure what else to do. The building holds no more answers for you.
%. Doable. I feel like there's just more to it, man. I'm interested. I'm not gonna turn in yet. I'm gonna hold out. I really need that
on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Really need the the better pry bar.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure.
Actually, we could just stop it right there, man. I'm kind of addicted right now, but we've done 10 hours today, so I started a little late. Help,
yeah,
please, someone.
Screaming isn't happening on account of extreme shortness of breath. All you feel is pain.
I think this is probably a perfect place, right? What a fitting place, just death. That's the end of that kind of like quest there. Yeah, I'm definitely curious about the lady and
of the RCM passed away yesterday.
Everything else.
His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain.
There's other things to do there, so well, maybe no rewards change. Maybe there's just different dialogue when you turn it into Patience or whatever the hell her name was, the mom. Yeah, I haven't even started the main story. I don't plan on it yet either. We're like fucking what? 10 hours deep? Probably more like 9. Because I kind of was chit-chatting for the hour I came back today. Although I spent, what, hour and a half maybe in the character creator reading shit. But yeah, still quite a ways in without doing any main story. Probably get a lot more XP when we start doing that. Yeah, so far, impressions. I enjoy it so far. Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you think it was analytical today. Try to do that. Try to be better about it, but I feel like it was just kind of reactionary for a lot of this. I think a lot of it's because we haven't really dug into anything we could draw any big conclusions from. It's mostly just kind of side stuff and enjoying dialogue. But, I have a lot of fun with it. Yeah, thank you guys for joining me. Tomorrow we'll dig in for a lot more. I should probably write some fucking notes on the side here. Some thoughts. I didn't write anything out. Yeah, I guess impressions right now. I enjoy the refreshingly cynical, kind of dark humor. Especially in the years of the Lord right now. A lot of hurt feelings kind of shit going on. It's kind of fun seeing them just kind of go off and just either write shocking shit or just a varied selection of just dark humor. That's fun. I enjoy that part of it. But I also enjoy, I think, a lot of the music and stuff, and I think the world building's been pretty solid. They definitely assault you with a lot of long-winded, descriptions of all sorts of stuff, so you're not gonna have a lot of the world building stick, but you get the general gist and figure out enough of it to kind of, I don't know, set the scene, fill out the atmosphere, if you will. Comfy, yeah. I can see where some people would not be enjoying this, but just walking around slowly, just soaking in dialogue, dialogue that's relatively interesting. Yeah, it's just kind of comfy. I can't really speak much about probably the big important stuff because that's going to be main story, but I do like that I can explore a lot of dialogue options and it's not overly worried about having repercussions. I think that's one problem with a lot of story-based games nowadays. There's kind of a hard-on, especially a decade ago, not as much anymore, but games having a super hard-on for your choices matter. Everything matters, right? You know, like your Telltale ones or something, but then they don't really matter, or they matter too much, or it doesn't feel genuine, doesn't feel like a real, believable conversation or something, just so it can work with these tallies and the consequences don't make enough sense. I think it's totally fine to just do something that's more exhaustive, like this, where there is consequences occasionally, but they also are not punishing, so it's cool. Much more if you take it slow, yeah. I tend to like to try to play most games pretty exhaustive, pretty slow, for the sake of conversation and just, I don't know, it's just the style, I guess. I just feel like if I haven't really seen the game, if I'm not, seeing most of it, and they put time into every little bit, so I really say I've played it or can talk about it if I haven't seen a large chunk of it. I also just like exploring the side stuff, Side shit's fun, and this game has a lot so far. In terms of the builds and stuff, all of your little checks seem cute, but yeah, I mean, it does just seem at this point to me like it's just whatever your build is, you just kind of get more random dialogue. If I had like a different build, I would just get different kinds of inner monologues, which is totally fine. But the actual practical applications of a lot of them seem not super varied yet. But like I said, it's not really a big deal because the game is more just kind of about the dialogue. There's still plenty of checks, and I'm sure in the main story, there is a lot more practical applications of shit. And a lot of the side content, you're getting a lot of physical stuff, but I don't think it's like a problem or anything. I just kind of what I noticed. Interesting approach? Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it makes it so they have to write a lot, but they don't have to write these seemingly crazy, complex, twisting, diverting kind of pathway kind of stories, right? That's another problem with choice, consequence-based stuff, is like, to truly have it be like a extremely genuine, believable dialogue choice system, it needs to have an ass load of fucking possibilities and consequences. I mean, your AAA games nowadays, they just don't care about putting in the time and money to develop a system like that, so it comes across very superficial and surface level. So just going for like like this, where you just kind of do everything, is totally fine. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to do everything, right? There's a lot of these checks I'm just gonna have to pass on unless I just reload a bunch, but that's cool. I think this side quest was very raised how I felt about the game quite a bit. I actually get to go to like a little side dungeon thing and kind of just like immerse yourself in this one building and learn about it, and you get to see a different part of the world building outside of just the political stuff. I mean, you can relate it back to the socio-political whatever the fuck shit, but it's kind of a cool little side quest. Absolutely, yeah. Couldn't said it better. Yeah, so far the game hasn't felt like it's been hitting us with like some rock hard messages, right? Like they'll talk about like communism or certain things, but in the same breath they're taking the piss out of something, or you know, they'll joke, like it'll be one of his inner monologues joking about like one stance, and then you can respond with the opposite stance and an equally like ironic, or you know, way that we can tell is like, you know, them taking a jab at something. I don't have like a great example, but I think they've had a lot of, you know, wink wink, taking the piss out of all sorts of shit in this, so that's been fun. I guess that kind of gets into some of the ambiguity. I don't think the game is worried about being accessible or fitting all the molds either. In a lot of ways, I'm surprised this even got as many Game of the Years as it did. Especially nowadays. There's just some outright offensive shit in this. And they don't say that that is like, you know, they're obviously joking about it. But nowadays, reading between the lines and context and stuff is kind of a, I'll say a lost art, but some people just see shocking, offensive things, and then the brain just turns off, right? The game is like totally taking a, you know, the piss out of all that. They're taking a dump on him being like a sexist or something, but there's still really sexist shit written in it. Some people will just stop at that. It's just that they're not outright saying certain things are bad. They're just in context showing the person's a huge fucking idiot when they're doing it. And I don't know. I guess that kind of nuance is enjoyable, but it just surprises me that people like it as much as they do nowadays. I think a lot of that kind of nuance is, I won't say lost, but at least in video games, not something you see as much. I feel like that kind of context is more like respecting the reader a little bit. I mean, it's not like it's that nuanced, right? I mean, the guy acts like a fucking psychopath and then says offensive shit. Obviously, the stuff he's saying, even if he's the main character, you're not always supposed to agree with, but I don't know, man. Sometimes people surprise me nowadays. So, who knows? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they lean into something, but I mean, everybody's got their little biases and shit. I mean, it's leak into their work, that's fine. So far, though, it hasn't felt like overly preachy in anything. Then again, we haven't dug super deep into anything yet. I am just doing side content. they might just be hitting me with the stuff. And I mean, it's not wrong for a work to want to like tell you something or tell you, you know, make you think about shit. It's really about transparency, how transparent it is, and how overtly just like, I guess, yeah, just transparent. There's a lot of games and stuff nowadays that are like in your face, clearly political, and it just doesn't, it's more about how it meshes with the world and feels immersive to me, more than actually the stance they've got on anything. I just hate when that kind of stuff is like in a game at the sacrifice of the game's immersion and world building. So far everything's felt like it's fit here, no matter what they're talking about. Even the most offensive shit, it's not just like there for memes, it's like, I mean, the character's a fucking nutcase, so, and everybody else is too, so it kind of just fits. It's been enjoyable there. Yeah, other than that, the controls are kind of wacky, I would say. We've had some bugs also. Loading times are pretty bad on PS4 here. I am playing on a stock PS4, so I don't expect much, but it's also not a crazy game. Yeah, moving around and stuff. I mean, luckily it's not some CRPG or fucking Diablo or something. I don't need to do anything crazy, but you kind of just like tap through all the selections. It's not been a problem at all, but it's not like the smoothest thing. I am gonna be concerned about how many times I can level up. I do hope I can level up a bunch. Because when you're in the beginning, you don't really know how the game's gonna play out, and that's the problem with some character creation, is you don't know how the game's gonna be. So you can make a character and then just kind of be like, oh, I'm fucked, right? But once you're in the game, you can kind of tailor shit to the experience. But if I don't level up that much, then like I'm not gonna be able to do that much tailoring. But a lot of it might be bigger side quests that I haven't done and main story, so I'm sure it'll be fine. And at the end of the day, this does not seem like a game where you could really like fuck it up all that much. I think maybe having like 1 health all the time would be kind of annoying, especially if there's like some parts where I gotta go deep for a while, but it doesn't seem punishing on a build, from a build perspective. I don't know, what other random thoughts is there right now? I don't have much. If you guys got anything else you want to chit chat about or ask or whatever, I know we're not getting as deep into it during the gameplay, so I guess I'm kind of doing a lot of it in the post here. But yeah, overall I've enjoyed it so far. I also, just from playing like so much shit, not in like a braggy way, but I just play a lot of shit on the channel. Something that actually is kind of different. I think I give a little bit more bias towards games that try to be very different or untraditional, or either just writing or just the systems that I might give a little, maybe I'll give it too much credit by the end for being going against the grain, but we'll see. I do really appreciate stuff that mixes it up these days. There's some absurd minimalist takes on this game. You can complete it with all stats at 1. Yeah. Which I'm not too surprised there. From what I've gathered so far, it seems very unpunishing. Punishing if you want 100% every little thing, but there's no way, and you should kind of tell that from the start. It's not a 100% type of game, and I think so far it's best enjoyed if you go in knowing it's gonna kind of be like that, and you just kind of do as much as you can and enjoy, kind of focus on the world building and shit. And the pace. How much of the content you could see at one go? Yeah. Yeah, and at the end of the day, if I don't even level up more than one more time, it wouldn't be that big a deal. But it is a facet of the game, right? So it'd be cool to grapple with it a little bit, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, if I'm going to be going for every little side thing, I imagine it's not going to be so poorly made that I'll just never mess with any stat. And like I said, they don't really have like insane practical, like a Fallout or something. Use a lot of its dialogue, so you can't go too wrong there. I like the title screen here too. I think the mix of real-worldy visuals with the abstract. Painting in the background is pretty neat. Matches the game, right? It's like really loony and crazy, but also kind of grounded. The music. Yeah, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. It's nice seeing people with an ounce of restraint. Don't get me wrong, I'm not like knocking anybody in particular, but appreciate you giving a shit. I guess that's what I'm saying. Usually people are good in here, but sometimes certain games happens. This seems like the kind of game that would probably have a community of people who give a shit, right? Then again, it's also a game of the year, so there's going to be a lot of people who just kind of blast through it and probably don't really give a fuck. So, anyways, guys. Yeah. It's just always nice, when people respect the playthrough a little bit. I don't mind talking, I don't mind if shit slips or want to get into broad stuff, but yeah, I do try to generally keep it blind. Otherwise, it messes with expectations even. Anyways, I'm not. Now I'm blabbering. Now I feel like people are gonna feel targeted. Should have just said, "Hey, thanks," and then that was it. All right. Is Allergy on right now? He is on. Is he playing Parasite Eve? He is playing Parasite Eve. So tomorrow I'll be going for probably another 10 hours, like I did today at least. I stream for pretty long hours, so we'll see for sure. You never know. I might. Today I was watching analytical review shit. That's why I opened the notes today again, finally. I was like, man, I really need to work on my notes and my forum and the analysis, and then I just didn't write any notes yet. But I think we had a good talk, so I got distracted before we started the stream. Oh wait, tomorrow is gonna be a lot of Final Fantasy 14 at the beginning of the stream. I'm running through Coils of Bahamut with Elegy. I'll probably do some roulettes and stuff. I probably will stream it, so if you guys want to just chit chat, listen to some music, talk about whatever, I'll probably be doing that while I run through Bahamut with him. If I feel like moving all my shit. If I don't want to move my shit, we'll just start up Disco Elysium later. I'm enjoying the game a lot, though. I'm kind of getting addicted, so I probably won't be on FF too long, but I don't know. That's an addicting game, too, so we'll either stream this for half the day tomorrow, or worst case, it'll be the day after, but this will just be the focus for the stream until it's done for the most part. So. Anyways, he's playing Parasite Eve. I like Parasite Eve. It's a Square horror RPG on the PS1. Really great music. is this first playthrough. Would recommend. It is not Disco Elysium, but it's pretty cool. So I will catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for hanging out today. It was a good conversation.